Welcome to this ordinary meeting of Hunters Hill Council number 4462. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and the waters that surround us, and I'd like to pay my respects to their elders past and present.
We thank you, Lord, for the honour of being called by our fellow citizens to this office of honour and trust. Give us grace diligently and honourably, free from private interest or prejudice, to discharge the duties entrusted to us to the common good and as in your sight, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please have a seat. We have one apology this evening from Councillor McLaughlin, and I think we can deal with that leave of absence in 8.2 a little bit further on. So one apology. I don't think we have any others. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? No. Confirmation of the previous minutes. Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Miles. Is there any discussion? Put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. Any matters arising from those minutes? Thank you. We'll move on to the mayoral minutes. We have two mayoral minutes, and one is not in the papers. But if I could just take you through it, councillors, you should have it on your desk. And it's a very sad mayoral minute. It's the passing of a staff member, Barry Jenkinson. Barry passed away over the weekend. He's a long-standing member of Hunters Hill Council, and the recommendation is the council note the passing of a long-standing employee, Barry Jenkinson. Council pass on his deepest sympathies to his wife and family. Barry has been employed for 19 years as part of our Works and Services team. Last week, Barry was admitted to hospital and sadly passed away over the June long weekend, surrounded by his family. Barry had great passion and pride in his work, and particularly the mowing of the sports fields around our area, including those at Boronia Park. Those who knew Barry would know that he called a spade and a shovel, and always giving candid and frank feedback on what he thought. He'll be greatly missed by the team at Hunters Hill Council. I wish to pass on our deepest sympathies to the wife and family. I will miss him. I spoke to him regularly. He was a very nice man, and he was meticulous in the work that he did. He really took great pride in his work. He's a New Zealander, with his dairy farmer in New Zealand. Had a couple of dairy farms in New Zealand, and he loved working here. He just loved working inside the Hunters Hill municipality. So I commend that to you. I'll move the motion. Have a seconder, Councillor Miles. All in favour? That's carried. Thank you, councillors. Second issue we have is an emergency services levy. I'll read to you the purpose of the mayoral minute, is to advise councils of a significant increase in the emergency services levy that has recently been advised by the New South Wales Government, and seek council support to join with local government New South Wales and other councils across the state in calling for the New South Wales Government to fund the first 12 months of this extra cost and to work with local government to ensure the implementation of the funding mechanism is fairer into the future. Have you all had an opportunity to read that? I'm happy to move that. To have a seconder, Councillor Williams. Is there any discussion on that? Anybody wishing to speak for? Councillor Williams?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I think this is an important motion because councils, not only this council, are constantly being asked to do more with less, and unexpected developments such as this $19 million impost on local government, I think, is unfair and counterproductive to what local government is trying to achieve. The cause or the purpose of it is very worthy, and I think it is a state issue, and it's something that the state government should be funding. Councils are constantly being asked to put their hands in their pocket to pay for things that the state government should be paying for. So I think this is a very timely and appropriate motion to make sure that local government knows that Hunters Hill is seeking redress in relation to this impost by state government.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against? Anybody for? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should make the point just how important it is to have workers' compensation for particularly volunteers and also the people that work in such an important area. Unfortunately, the state government has a very poor record on workers' compensation. One of the first moves of the Farrell government when it came to office was to remove workers' compensation from workers travelling to and from work. I'm fortunate I'm a member of a National Tertiary Education Union. That union now has filled that gap. Another case of council or of state government shifting costs to others. And again, I reiterate Councillor Williams' concern about the cost-shifting nature of this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against? For? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. We have a speaker for an item which is not listed for this evening, and it's a safety issue around the corner of Alexander and Ferry Street. And I'd like to invite Mr. George Anthony to speak to us. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep it brief. So just to reiterate, at the council meeting here on the 11th of February, there was a resolution that a review on the safety issues of the corner of Alexander and Ferry Street be brought back to the next Public Transport and Traffic Advisory Committee. It's been 5 months to the date and there's been no Public Transport Traffic Advisory Committee been held. It's also been a year since that same committee asked for a report on the intersection for them to review, and they've never received that report. I have had discussions with people at council, and they've told me that apparently the charter's under review, and hence why the meeting hasn't been held. So that was my first part. My second part is that I'm aware that the local traffic committee is to be held on the 20th of June. They, in December, asked for the crash data analysis for the last 6 months. So I'm assuming that that matter that was put to the local traffic committee in December is going to be on the review come 20 June. I haven't seen it hasn't gone online what they're going to be discussing. With that comment there about the crash data, as I understand, they're going to be using the RMS data, and I believe the RMS data isn't the most accurate in terms of recording crash incidents. I've checked with the RMS, and that data that they collate and put on their website, it's made up from 3 components. They get information from New South Wales Health, from hospitals. They get it from the State Insurance Regulatory Authority, so that's CTP insurance claims. And then the last one is that reports from the New South Wales Police Force. And to break that down further, the police department only creates a report if there's been an incident of drink driving, a failure to exchange details after an accident, or an injury or fatality. So if there's a car accident and the car's damaged and towed away, it won't be picked up anywhere unless the person's injured or they've failed to give their details or the police checked and they were under the influence. I've got some copies of photos here, the 2 incidents that I know of where a car has actually impacted the building. I'd just ask if those photos could be passed on to the local traffic committee in conjunction with the data that comes from the RMS.
Right.
We've got a few copies there.
Okay. Do you have additional things to say? That's your 3 minutes.
That's yeah.
All right, thank you. I will certainly pass those on to the traffic committee if you just stay with us for a moment. Councillors, are there any questions of Mr. Antonio? Councillor Miles.
When you say that the crash data from the RMS isn't the most reliable source, what other source do you? I mean, you've provided some documentation which will be useful to us, and obviously this is something that you know, after 4 months after the resolution we made, is dragging out quite a ways. But what data would you, other than the documentation you passed up, would you be relying on?
Well, again, the research from what I found, what the RMS data collects and what they put in their info is basically those three things. It's only anecdote and your own evidence is, again, but I don't know if that's something they consider. As what I've been told is that the normal process is to look at the RMS crash data, and that's what they've asked for. But those incidents that I've provided, they're not in the RMS database.
Councillors, any further questions? Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you.
And thank you for your report, and we'll pass it on.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that.
Councillor Miles?
When is our next scheduled meeting for this issue to be discussed?
3.
Through Mr. Mayor, the local traffic committee is on the 20th of June.
20th of June, is this on the agenda?
It is on the agenda, it currently was. Last traffic committee in December resolved or put a recommendation through to report back after 6 months, which is what this report's going to be regarding the accident history.
And in terms of moving on some traffic calming device or some solution for that, some solution or traffic calming device or the like, what's the timing on that if the committee makes a resolution, or will the committee get options, or is this just looking at the data at this point?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the previous report went through all those options to the December traffic committee, and the recommendation out of that was to monitor the crash data over the next 6 months. So my report back would be regarding the RMS crash data, and that information will be presented to traffic committee. For
so you'd expect that to hit council?
So it would go to the following council meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to add to what the Director said, we met with Mr. Anthony on the 20th of May and explained the process and that the Traffic Committee was coming up on the 20th of June. In addition, though, there are advisory strategies that we can put in place, and I understand that the Director has progressed those with the team. So they're things like highlighting the bend ahead fluorescent sign, and the upgrade to the Ausgrid lighting will also improve that. So there's two elements. And when we met with Mr. Anthony, we also talked about the community education side of things too, because it is local traffic that is coming through that corner, and probably a reminder of safe speeds as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, any further discussion needed? Councillor Sanderson.
If I could ask a question through you, Mr. Mayor, about the future of the Public Transport and Traffic Advisory Committee. Is there a scheduled date for its next meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Council's resolved to review the Traffic Advisory Committee, and we'd like to bring that to a briefing to talk through its future role and also the relationship with the Traffic Committee. So one is statutory, one is advisory, and we'd like to bring that to a briefing to talk through with the Council.
Is there a date as to when that briefing is likely to be?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, June, July, we'll find a time on the schedule. Happy to bring it forward and move other items out.
Very good. Any further discussion? All right, thank you, councillors. We move to item 3.1, and we do have a speaker, but I don't see the speaker in the gallery.
Mr. Mayor, I know that she was hosting as a councillor from Ryde, and I know that she was chairing a meeting which is supposed to finish at 7 o'clock, and she said she might get here but she might be late. she might not get here at all. So I don't know if it's.
What would you think about sliding this back a couple of items and then we deal with it at the end? So we could, with your approval,
Just in case.
move on to 3.2 and come back to this one? Everybody in agreement? Councillor Williams, Councillor Krassoi, everyone in favour? Yes, good. The next one is 3.2, stingless bees. Now, we don't have a speaker on this item, so it's moved. Councillor Krassoi, seconded Councillor Williams. Councillor Krassoi.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I hope this is just a feel-good motion. The reason I'm bringing this as a motion is basically native stingless bees are an opportunity in Australia and certainly in our urban environments to provide, to host a home for our pollinators and further out of the city where they're losing habitat. Our European bees are endangered, as everyone's done plenty of reading about bees would know. The beauty of native stingless bees in the city is, firstly, they're stingless. Secondly, they pretty much take care of their own hive, so they're very low maintenance, and they're no bother, and they're quite cheap. But they're still pollinators, and they pollinate our bushland and our urban gardens, and they'll forage in your veggie patch or anywhere. So I've raised this a few times just off the record over the last year or so, and the reason I'm bringing this motion, because I'd like, hopefully with the support of the council, to bring it from a nice to have if and when funds are available to a we would actually like this as an opportunity to connect and engage more with our community. So it's not just about hosting a little beehive, it's actually about role modelling to our community how easy it is for them in their homes to just do this really simple thing to support our bushland environment and our native species. A little bit about them, I've just made a couple of notes. We've had a native stingless beehive for about 8 years. We've also had European honeybees for about 8 years as well. So our European honeybees, when we moved house, we gave them to another local family, so they're very happy there. And there are a lot of local families who are actually doing honey harvesting in Hunters Hill, which is great for our pollinators. We've kept our native bees, they've moved from house to house with us. It's just a tiny little box, and they're just happy little chappies, and you know, every now and then you see them and one goes up your nose, and they're not very big. Their scientific name, Tetragoniula carbonaria, forgive me if I've got that wrong. They don't produce honey for consumption, they really just forage and produce honey for their own survival. So it's just quite a selfless act hosting one. It's not terribly expensive, and you're doing a good job for the community and providing them with a home. Now, a couple of points. There are other councils, actually lots of other councils doing it in Sydney. Cumberland Council introduced a really comprehensive program a few years ago where they not only have their own beehives, they were actually encouraging community members to become hive hosts and either giving hosts away, or Cumberland Council still owned them, but residents were providing a home and having them in their backyard. So again, just about encouraging, certainly out Cumberland Way, encouraging that bushland regeneration. Lane Cove has them, Ku-ring-gai sell them, and Randwick, a lot of other Sydney councils have them. So they're not just low maintenance, they actually, once you've bought one hive, each season you can actually split the hive. So this is what Ku-ring-gai do, they do take care of them there, and they actually sell off each season. They'll split their hives and sell off the other hives. So it's like a tiny little source of self-perpetuating income there. That's really all. So the motion is that we as council adopt a hive for ourselves. They're about $450, and have it in a nice visible place where people might ask the question, what's that about? That we schedule it to do it as soon as funds become available, if not from our bushland budget, perhaps from our part of a community relations budget or a promotional budget, just about creating engagement with our community, which we all love to do. Or that we partner with a local school. So I know over in the word for the suburb's just gone, the one that's on cliffs and stuff over there. Their Steiner School, no, further. There's a Steiner School over that way, and they host it with their local council as well. So that could be an opportunity, because in the school, of course, they can then cover topics like biodiversity, pollination, and our role as custodians. So to host it with a school would be a lovely opportunity. And just that we follow the example of other Sydney councils and have this lovely little visible education opportunity. So that's really all I have to say about it.
Very good, thank you. Question?
Yeah. When you say split the hive after a season, what happens if you don't split the hive?
Well, we never have. We've had our hive for 8 years and we've never split it. So with our honeybees, we had some down at Wedderburn and some here in Sydney. And with the honeybees, if they swarm, they're bees and they'll sting and they'll swarm. But with the native bees, if the bees in the hive die, the other bees just take them out and kind of clean out the hive. And we've never noticed, in cooler weather, you sometimes think, are they in there? You know, and then in summer they all just bumble about. They crawl all over the outside of it, and they're like a big fruit fly, little fly kind of thing. So we've never split, but if you wanted to, you could. And obviously then your population's going to become greater around the suburb. So.
Okay. Yeah. And one more, if I may. Where would you, when you say put it in a public place, I know you just mentioned a school, where would you suggest?
Well, ideally I'd like to see it somewhere where people see it quite often, but they're also quite private little things, so they don't like to be in bright sunlight. Ours is just off our back deck behind a bush. They need a little bit of a runway so they can see where they're going in and out each day, but it needs to be somewhere really quite low-key and subtle. My initial thoughts a year or so ago was maybe somewhere like with the Happy Hens or with one of our community services gardens. The only thing to me about that is you're going to that place specifically for that thing and you might not see it. But, you know, that could be something that we'd consult with our staff to advise on, really, on where they thought, if the money came available, where they might recommend we could do it as a community relation exercise as well. So not just about hosting bees that pollinate, actually about showing the community how easy it is to host them. So somewhere quite visible. They're harmless, they don't sting, they don't look like bees, so they're not even, you wouldn't even see them and go, oh, it might sting me, because they don't look like them. So yeah, maybe Town Hall, Mr. Mayor, front door.
Good idea.
Yeah. So that's kind of my thinking.
One more question. Have the Happy Hens expressed interest in hosting it?
They have also actually applied for another grant to have a I think they're wanting to actually have a honeybee hive as well. But as I say, we had...
As in stingable ones?
As in ones that make honey, European
but not
honeybees.
Sting.
They do sting. Yeah, European honeybees sting.
Oh, they wouldn't be able to have one next to...
Yeah, anyway. So I think they're looking into hosting something down there, but that's yes, they've expressed an interest.
Anybody wish to speak against the motion?
Look, I want to speak against not bees in general. I just want to say that I think it's a great idea, but I'm just reluctant to thrust this onto council without any information. I would love it if the Happy Hens were to apply for it and host it, look after it, and I think we give $800 grants every year. Is that right?
We do.
Yeah. When's the next one of those coming up?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Let you know.
I just don't know if it's a council thing or it's something we can help with the community do, rather than just sort of throw it to council to start doing. And I just don't know enough about it. So I love the idea, and I thank Councillor Crasso for the idea. But I just I just think it would be better served as a community initiative rather than a council one.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I see this on two levels. One is community engagement and the other is community wellbeing. I believe it's very important that council, even in some of the more obscure or less prominent areas, show leadership and provide the community with opportunities. Councils promote worm farms, they promote composting, they go to great lengths to establish and support community gardens. This is a small scale way that council can inform and advise community to get involved in life, to do something that is meaningful not only to them and their well-being, because these sort of things do have a very strong emotional and well-being, a bit like having a cat or a dog. They're there and you look at them and you become attached. And I think Councillor Cressley has shared her passion for this. So I see it as being a role that council should play. Council plays minute roles, council plays enormous roles in our community. And by bringing the awareness to the community of this, provide an example of how it operates and how beneficial it is, I think it's part of what we do as a local government, as a group that works with our community. I think it's a small price to pay to get that goodwill, get that community engagement, and most importantly, provide an opportunity for wellbeing in our community. And talking about splitting things, I remember as a kid, I used to take great pride in my ginger beer plant and being able to split that at the end and grow it and get multiples of them. So small things are important at all levels, I think, in our community. And council has the opportunity through Councillor Cressley's information and passion to make that available to the broader community. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion?
Question.
You've had about 4 questions already. Are there many more questions?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, please go ahead. Who's your question of? Who's your question of?
Question of the General Manager for you, Mr Mayor. Is this a particular... Because I don't know anything about it. Is it particularly onerous on council in terms of maintenance or anything like that? Or is this a set and forget type thing? And have you heard of it? Yeah, how would you implement it?
Yep.
Through Mr Mayor, I think it's quite doable in partnership with the community, and as I understand,
Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? Councillor Collins, you've had a shot. Anybody else wish to speak against the motion? Anybody wish to speak for the motion? Councillor Miles, thank you.
I'll speak for the motion, Mr Mayor. I think it's a great initiative. Stingless native bees obviously are not going to be anything that impacts the community, and I agree with Councillor Collins, having a stinging beehive near a school, probably not the greatest idea in the world, but a native beehive is for a variety of reasons good for the community and good for the local environment. I think that this is something that probably could be expanded over time to in terms of placement, not just as a community relations exercise, but something that we could perhaps put in the bushland itself. Something I like about the wording of the motion that Councillor Cressley put to council is that it isn't a late expenditure item, as sometimes comes up in council, where we're asking for something that's outside of our capacity to do. This is something that can be done very easily within the bushland budget or within the bushland grants that we get from the state government. Other councils do it. I think if we did want to put a honeybee hive somewhere that we could potentially, if it was placed in the right area, they are more onerous and require more maintenance, so perhaps that's something that a community group could do rather than council doing. But I think it's a great initiative. I think it's something that council certainly should be involved in. So I like the motion.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak for the motion? Against the motion? Right reply, Councillor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks everyone for your support, and Councillor Collins for your questions and your interest. The only couple of things I'd just like to add, that European honeybees and native stingless bees are two quite different bees, but European honeybees, just for your information, tend to forage up to 6 kilometres from where their hives are. So we had a hive, well, we had a lot of hives in our backyard in Mary Street, and
and they would be foraging down here on the peninsula. So if you, I'm not predicting what the Happy Hens are planning, but if they were to have one at Henley, it's actually the bees won't, by that association, be in greater numbers at the preschool. It's all about location and the aspect that they fly out of the hive from and so on. So that's just a little tidbit of information for you. But the other thing I wanted to say is that I think we need to be careful. Those community grants are precious and they're not huge, and I wouldn't feel comfortable imposing a council initiative as a recommendation to one of our community groups that would in any way make them feel pressured to take up our recommendation rather than something that they feel might be a greater priority for them. So if council were to adopt this, I certainly wouldn't like to think it would impede, for example, the Happy Hands opportunity to use their up to $800 grant for something else that's a priority for them. So I would like this to be a council thing. I think us showing leadership on this is important, and it's easy and cheap. So thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Russell. So the motion's there. I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to put these here for grabs. This is Hunter's Hill honey from my great bees that when we moved house we gave to a neighbour, and she now produces honey, so she's given them to us, but I didn't want to pull them out before the motion because I wouldn't want to risk that. But they're up for grabs, and if you miss out, you can get them up at Wishbone, up at Garibaldi Corner as well. So help yourselves at the end of the
Thank you very much. We didn't have to declare them because you gave them afterwards. We'll move on to item 3.3.
They're only worth about $2.
So the use of pesticides. Councillor Crassoy, do you have a seconder? Sorry, before we move on, we have a speaker, excuse me. Ms. Heather Armstrong, welcome. How could I miss you?
I have a couple of concerns about this motion. Council has limited resources for evaluation of the safety of glyphosate, and there is no need for it to do so. There has been extensive evaluation of glyphosate for decades. Glyphosate has been a registered chemical used in Australia for 40 years. This is nothing new. It has been assessed by the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority as safe to use in accordance with the label instructions. Now, let's talk about where it's going to be used, because there are different criteria that we need to consider. Public spaces and bush care require different evaluations. Basically, if we don't use glyphosate in bush care locations, biodiversity will suffer. There are no alternative sources of chemicals other than worse ones that can be used in bush care. Uses of things like steam cleaning or alternatives that you might consider, as does I think the Inner West Council, in public spaces for sensitive areas that you might declare, is one thing. You can't use that in bush care. And my understanding is that Byron Bay Council did stop using glyphosate about five years ago, and that consequently biodiversity suffered. Not just biodiversity, but because things became weedy and unpleasant looking, people thought, oh, that's just rubbish land, and started chucking rubbish onto it. So the whole environment was suffering because of this inability to use glyphosate. Glyphosate is safe. In the bush care environment, we scrape and paint. For those who don't know, you have a sharp bush care knife in your kit. You scrape down the side of the ochre plant or invasive weed, and with a very sharp nosed nozzle, little like women's perm bottles, those very sharp nozzle things, you scrape, you put the glyphosate down that scrape. There's no drift, there's no problem. You wear gloves, there's no contact. In the context of spraying, you have to wear masks. So it's going to be a question of using the appropriate safety gear and observing the safety labels and instructions. I'm informed that it could be up to an 80% reduction in the use of glyphosate in, for example, roadside plantings where weeds might emerge if you use the appropriate plantings rather than, for example, the odd azalea stuck between, along the roadside with weed spaces in between. If you have, for example, lomandras and dianellas and those spreading native grasses along the side roads, then the weeds don't have a chance to get started. So there are other alternative ways to deal with this problem in public places. But my fundamental problem is that bush care needs glyphosate. We really couldn't be covering the weed removal we do without it. Ochre is a particular problem on the Great North Walk, and without glyphosate, you simply can't pull it out. There's no other way. So I'm at a loss to know what we could do. What we could do.
Do you have a lot more you wish to cover?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. But could I
So
table?
I'll move Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Sanderson.
Could I
All
just-
in favour? We can give you an extension.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Just table some documents really for your information. It's up on the website. I just went to Public Open Resources to get these documents. Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. And there's an update. There was a Four Corners program, you might remember it, about 6 months ago, which got stuck into glyphosate because it was a Monsanto product and so forth. But of course, there are about 400 products on the market containing glyphosate, and other stuff in there can be a problem too. For example, the surfactant can be a problem. So there's all sorts of other chemicals involved here, not just glyphosate. A document comparing, I found this interesting, glyphosate with other chemicals and the impact on the environment. Glyphosate came out with pretty much flying colours, no indication of any long-term effects. It's a comparison of chemical groups by a VVSR Gupta of CSIRO Land and Water. He's an associate professor at one of the Sydney universities. Here's a response to the Four Corners story on glyphosate by the Australian Pesticides and Veterinary Medicines Authority. And just interestingly, when the European Commission did bring this up for a vote, the German representative voted in favour of allowing glyphosate to continue to be used. And this is an article from the ABC News website which points out that there was a bit of a conflict of interest with regard to the evidence put up there, that the case against glyphosate is muddy, this says, by alleged conflicts of interest, where a statistician who recommended that the WHO, World Health Organization, adopt a carcinogen ruling, quickly left to take up a lucrative consultancy on a class action against Monsanto. So there's a bit of a conflict of interest with regard to that European decision. Anyway, he didn't get up. So I just want to table those documents, but basically there's plenty of evidence out there. Sure, be very careful how you use it, and council staff must use it in accordance with safety instructions. But as bush carers, we are very aware of its use, how to use it. We wear gloves, we have the scrape and paint technique, which has no risk. We don't do spraying in bush care environments. We don't use the spray environment. I'm not the volunteer bush care staff. So it's a very limited use, it's essential. We simply cannot control some of these invasive weeds without it. That's my fundamental problem.
Good, thank you very much. You stay with us just a moment. A question, Councillor Miles.
So you're saying that obviously you need to remove weeds and other rubbishing plants from bush care, unnatural plants from bush care places. You're saying that if you weren't using these products or products with glyphosate in them, that you would have to use a worse chemical contaminant.
Correct. Or simply move in there and attack it with picks, which of course is not in accord with bush care principles, which is try to preserve the natural surface cover and do minimal damage as you pull weeds out. The beauty of glyphosate with ochre, which is it's that nasty South African with those red berries, it's a real menace, is that it just quietly dies and falls over. And so there's no surrounding damage to the soil surface. We couldn't use anything else other than a worse chemical without the use of glyphosate in the bush care environment. And ochre is really, taking over down there in certain spots. We've had some contractors working down there, and they've done a great job in certain spots. Around about 76 Barons Crescent, there's a spot down there on the Great North Walk which was just covered in ochre, a forest of it, which the contractors got stuck into, and did a great job. But we really just have to have it for those sorts of weeds. No other alternative other than worse ones.
Right, thank you very much.
Question if I could.
Councillor Sanderson.
Yeah, apart from the one you cited earlier, have you had an opportunity to look at the recent legal cases that have involved glyphosate?
No, sorry, I tried to find time but didn't get it. But I understand that chap in America who got that huge payout was using a variety of chemicals. Who knows whether he was observing safety instructions, whether he was using it neat, We use 1% glyphosate. We dilute it significantly, so it's highly diluted. Was he using it neat? I don't know. Sorry, I can't comment on those facts, but he'd been doing something rather pretty bad all his life, I would have said, and not observing those safety instructions.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? Thank you very much. Moved Councillor Crasso, seconded Councillor Williams. We may have one more speaker. Do we have another speaker who wishes to speak on this item? John Harper. Mr. Harper? No? No, thank you. Right. So move back to item 3.3. Councillor Crasso. And seconded Councillor Williams.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Armstrong, for your feedback, all very relevant and very true. If you actually read this motion, you'll see that what the motion is asking for is a review of our existing documentation on the safety, handling, storage, OH&S practices, public notification and management and use of weed killer, herbicide formulations containing glyphosates in our council parks, bush care, playgrounds, garden, council property, other public spaces. Now, I'll probably actually just start by saying what a great job our bush care team do and our bush care volunteers do in the community. We have a beautifully abundant bush around Hunters Hill and some very beautiful European gardens in Hunters Hill, and without the control of the weeds, it would be a very different shaped place. So let me reassure you that in this motion I am not, in fact have not anywhere suggested that we stop using glyphosate. So the point of the motion is to really make sure that council's in a position where a resident who is curious can hop online and access our procedures, or can call the council and be given access to our procedures to assuage any fears that they might have around how we handle it for our council staff, for our contractors, and certainly for our volunteers, so that any volunteer in the community who starts to Google a little bit council can see, wow, that's a really responsible council. They've thought about all this. This is how they handle it. I'll feel safe working there. We do have a document, and it's called our pesticide notification plan, which I read. There is no date on that, but it looks fairly current. I'm not sure. It's meant to be reviewed every 5 years. And that pesticide notification plan outlines all of our different spaces. As you suggested, different spaces have different needs, and how the community is notified when there's pesticides or herbicides to be sprayed, and how that's done. Other than that, the only references to glyphosate solutions was in a few of the bush care minutes, which are beautifully compiled, I have to say. And there was one in 2015 where the use of glyphosate was raised as a risk, and the committee noted that we will wear gloves and masks and take safety precautions. But there isn't anywhere that I could find, apart from the General Manager's verbal assurance or written assurance, that would assuage any fears I might have as a community member about how much we're using and how we're mitigating the potential for staff and volunteers to be exposed to it. In the US cases, and in this case being put forward in Victoria, it's all about extensive long-term exposure. So while the APVMA do say that it's effective to be used when according to instructions, the World Health Organization and the International Cancer Research Group do have some concerns. They've recently raised it from being a possible carcinogen to a probable carcinogen. So for people who are being exposed to this on a regular basis, I as a councillor and even as a resident would like to know that our council are doing everything to mitigate that. I know that verbally you are, and I know from the integrity of our bush care team that they are, but I don't see it written anywhere. So what this motion is asking for is for us to do best practice and to be cautionary in the way we approach it. That's part one of the motion. Part two, identifying non-glyphosate alternative solutions that can safely and effectively control weeds. So I guess what I'm thinking here, and I wouldn't know till a report comes to me about it, but I guess what I'm thinking here is, are there opportunities for, as you said, Ms Armstrong, for us to mitigate exposure? So for staff who might be exposed to it
X amount of times a year over the 20 year career. Perhaps in certain parts of the suburb, we do look at steam weeding or other alternatives. I totally agree, in the bushland areas, it's difficult to do. In fact, I did speak with the head of the Australian Toxics Network, who lives up in Byron Shire Council and is helping them with their integrated weed management strategy. And that brings me to another section of the motion where I've asked for us to consult with other councils and relevant agencies to stay abreast and ahead and proactive with what other areas are doing. As you would know, in Byron Shire, there's a lot of bush, and they are finding a lot of other alternatives without ruling out use of it in the bush. They did bring in a motion to stop using it by about 5 years ago. They never did stop using it because they just realised that it wasn't going to work for them. But they do have a really great integrated weed management strategy that's just about complete. This person, Jo Imig is her name, recommended that we get in touch with them for more information down the track. I'm not going to go into all the speculation around the court cases. All I'm suggesting is that as a council, our documentation should be a little bit more best practice, and we as a council need to show our community that we're being cautionary and proactive. I don't think that's a waste of money. I think it's good practice.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion?
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Collins.
Do you have time?
We have time for questions.
To the General Manager, through you, Mr. Mayor, are we currently, are we currently using best practice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we follow safety, health and safety policies and procedures, and we can provide details of that at the briefings.
Okay, fantastic. A question of Councillor Crassoy, direct or through you, Mr. Mayor. What exactly, what document are you looking for to be put up on the website? Is there, and maybe also through the General Manager, is there a document that you have internally that could be provided publicly that would, because I'm not exactly sure what we're trying to establish here.
So, Councillor Crosser, what are you looking for?
I guess as a councillor, I'm looking for assurance that if we were ever called to, we could provide documentation that showed that we are protecting our staff and our community and volunteers with their induction processes and training and use of the products. That shows not only that we're meeting the recommendations of the APVNA, but that we're aware of other things going on in the world and that we are consciously and actively bearing that in mind when we make our choices about weed control. So I'm not saying it necessarily needs to be up on the website as a document, but if I, as a resident, go searching for it, another resident said to me, I don't think council have used glyphosate for a long time now, and they do. So it's just about having information available, and even if they don't want to go look for it, if they ask me, I can confidently say, yes, we have all that under control. For example, Waverley Council, so we have the pesticide notification plan, which talks about if we're going to spray, how we notify people and where we put signs and blah, blah, blah. But Waverley Council have a pesticide use and notification and storage plan. So that talks about how their pesticides are used on site, because as Ms Armstrong pointed out, it's not just glyphosate, it's the solution, it's the formulation, and in fact the surfactants in it are more dangerous than the glyphosate itself. So it's just about having best practice on record. Really,
Does that answer your question?
Maybe. Can I ask another one of the General Manager?
Certainly.
Is this something that you already have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have procedures and safe work method statements, and it may well be just making that more widely available, but it's something I'll talk with the Director about.
Another question, Councillor Collins?
No, I will speak.
Just want to speak against it?
Yes, I do. Is that okay?
Certainly.
So look, this story that came out in the Herald a couple of weeks ago. I think we all read it and thought it was alarming, but it has turned out, from what I understand, is as in the Northern District Times was published the other day, is that there are experts out there, and thank you to the Bush Care as well, that there is this case in the US has resulted in reactionary behaviour from people like councils and other, without actually appreciating that there has been no scientific finding. The Australian Veterinarians and Pesticides government body has said this is safe to use. Every government body and scientific body has said this is safe to use. And the danger that we have if we start being reactionary, we inflame this hysteria that goes about. And as I will, if I can quote the article from, it was Professor Ivan Kennedy.
Retired Professor.
Yes, Emeritus Professor. He wrote, or said, that the danger now, this is a quote from, and who was actually just awarded a Medal of Order of Australia yesterday for his work in this area. The danger now is that chemical companies which can't stand this type of legal cost will now stop making them and start using other herbicides which are inherently more toxic. So when you start playing around with hysteria, you don't always get the result that is optimal. I mean, pesticides, ideally we wouldn't have pesticides at all, but the fact is this has been used for 40 years. There have been a handful of cases that have been found in the US, and I think here there's some cases running here. There's been a correlation, a link, but there is no scientific finding from any credible body that has said this is unsafe to use. So we should not be feeding into this. This is reactionary. It is unnecessary expense. We are using best practice. There is no reason for us to believe, and I would think that if we can make all of that public, I think that's fine. A simple question without notice to make those practices and procedures fine. But I assume that staff are wearing gloves and masks if necessary when spraying. And if you're trying to separate this from the court case where someone was awarded $2 billion, which is ridiculous, then this motion is purely reactionary to that. To say that this just happens to be something that you're considering, isolated from that, would be disingenuous. So let's just keep cool heads. It is safe until we are told otherwise by someone other than the Sydney Morning Herald journalist. Then let's use the safest option that we've got and not cause unnecessary public alarm on this matter.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Totally disagree with Councillor Collins. I thought the motion before us is trying to reassure the community that council understands what it uses and how it is best to use it. There is nothing in this motion, as Councillor Cressoy has pointed out, is about council not using this material. It is about council looking at how it does it, is it doing it best practice, and being transparent with its community. I see nothing wrong with that. Now, if the staff have all this in hand, it doesn't take much to produce that in a format that is informative to the community, that counters as a foil against the reactionary outcomes. If council is using it in a way that it sees appropriate and can defend its position by using best practice in appropriate quantities, that's fine. But the question is out there in the community, and a very big question in relation to a court outcome that scares the pants off most people, particularly those that have a responsibility as the buck stops with the council in these sort of matters. So we need to make sure when something does pop up in the stratosphere in relation to these sort of things, that we understand the issue, that we can put the community straight on what is best practice, and the council follows it. And again, I reiterate, there's no way here that we're saying ban it. We don't want to impede our bush care operations. They're quite vital to a municipality that has large areas of open space and bushland and a history of invasion from surrounding residences and through seeds and weeds and things blowing in. So it is a real issue for us, but I think it's a real issue for us as a board, as a overseer of council's business. Once something is challenged at a court level, there's a massive reaction to it. There's a lot of ignorance out there as to what both sides of the argument are. I think it's more than appropriate. I think it's important for council to manage its risk associated with this. And as I've heard that there's probably good and quick answers to this motion, I think it's important that we have those answers and be able to articulate and be transparent with our community.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion? For the motion? Councillor Miles, thank you.
Speak for the motion, Mr Mayor. It seems to me that what Councillor Crassall is asking for is a report that I am getting a strong indication from the General Manager can be produced fairly quickly on the evidence and information that we have at hand, that we are already adopting best practice in terms of the glyphosate, that is being used at council, and obviously the bush care volunteers are all cognizant of exactly what it is that they are required to do, and that there are safety procedures, and I wouldn't want to be trying to tell them how to do their job, because they do a wonderful job in our bushland. So I see no problem in having a report on this, only because it doesn't sound like it's going to be too onerous. I'm going to make a bold claim to say that I've probably sprayed more glyphosate than anyone else in this council. I have traversed up and down mountains and hills spraying a very insidious, awful weed that was brought through southeast Queensland called Parthenium, that was brought through during pipelining, and it ravaged districts of southeast Queensland, and it's still a very big issue in terms of quarantining large areas. So I've probably been exposed to more glyphosate than most people. There are safety requirements that you need to undertake. I sometimes wasn't the most diligent, but you should wear gloves and a mask when using it. And I've pumped thousands and thousands of litres of the stuff, ranging between 1% and 3% solution. It's something that is quite obviously required in the management of weeds. It's something that will, I dare say, continue to be used until a safer alternative is found. All that I see this motion doing is essentially formalising council's use of this agent, given it's obviously getting a little bit of attention recently, given the cases and given articles that have been written and the current affair report. So I have no problem with the motion. I think that it's something that we can probably produce fairly quickly, so I'd commend it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against? For? Councillor Crassall, do you need a right of reply here? Could I speak for the motion very briefly before you do, if you need? I've sprayed this also around Oberon area on a number of occasions. I think the safe work method statement for use of it in the field needs to be clear and followed, and that should protect us in the manner you described earlier. So I'm certainly for the motion, and I think any time we get an opportunity to raise an issue of safety, draw people's attention to safety, it behoves us to do so. So thank you for bringing this. So do you wish to speak anything you wish to rebut, or can I put the motion then? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williams.
Mr Mayor, can we bring item 5.1 forward? No, 6.1.
Move motion.
6.1.
5.1.
No, 6.
And could we bring, could we also bring forward 6.1 first and then 5.1 second? Is that
Yes, that's
Councillor
right.
Williams?
Yes.
Seconder, Councillor Cressler, or Councillor Miles, sorry. So the next one we'll deal with is 6.1, and then we'll come back to the pedestrian safety in Baroni Park after that. So 6.1. All right, Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
It's got a second. Sorry.
Councillor Cressler.
I'm not moving the motion as it stands, but maybe Councillor Cressler might want
Councillor Williams, do you have a
to
question?
hear what I have to say first. I move that Council receive and note the report. And 2, that Council views the Flying Fox camp as unsuitable in a residential area.
So you're moving an amendment to the recommendation?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Moving part of the recommendation and moving on.
And then item 2 remains the same?
No, Mr Mayor.
Drop it out?
I'm not endorsing the plan, so therefore it doesn't go on exhibition.
Okay.
And in place of number 2, I'm saying that Council, well, what did I say? I said that Council believes that...
Does not endorse the Flying Fox.
Sorry?
That Council does not endorse the Flying Fox.
Yeah, the Council does not endorse the Flying Fox.
I think that's what he said.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, well, let's see if we can get that into the document and make sure we've got it right. Just bear with us a moment.
Not suitable for residential streets.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, not suitable for residential. And the Flying Fox camp is not suitable for residential areas.
Sorry, it's amendable.
I can't see it, sorry.
So the second point will be, or the second point will read that council, that the Flying Fox camp is not appropriate in residential streets. Is inappropriate in a residential street.
Thank you.
Is that accurate?
That's good, yes.
Seconded by
I'll second it.
Councillor Collins. Thank you, Councillor Collins. Or you might have a question. Councillor Williams, did you wish to speak to that? Question?
If I could, Mr Mayor, I've got a number of questions which should inform the way I vote.
Please go ahead.
So the report, obviously, the report is recommending that certain actions are taken and that essentially the council retain part of or most of, if we're being honest, the current camp that's down there.
Question to the gentleman.
Yeah.
Jackie, I wonder if you could assist us with this. Would you mind? Genevieve, consult. Geraldine, excuse me. Please come forward. I'll ask the councillors to direct Councillor Miles to direct it to you, and we'll see how we go.
Sorry. So the recommendation of the report is essentially that we retain most of, if not all of, the current camp as it is. That we build a some artificial structure to move bats away from the road, and that we prune vegetation to essentially move them away from the roadway further into the reserve?
Through the Mayor, the answer to those questions is slightly bigger. One, this is threatened species, so it's not council's jurisdiction to say whether you can or cannot have flying foxes and where you can and cannot have them. The plan is the mechanism that allows you to take action legally. So to not have a plan, there is nothing you can do. To have a plan, it is then able to go to the Office of Environment and Heritage to give you permission to take actions that can influence the endangered species. So without a plan, there's nothing. Then within that, it's the plan template is provided by Office of Environment and Heritage, under which the Act you'd be working under. The template that they provide has clear steps in it that a local government must follow to be able to take actions. And it clearly says you must take stage 1 actions, which are the simpler things that have been recommended. Then if it proves that these are not adequate to the outcomes for social or economic or other reasons, then you can go to tier 2 actions. If these are proven that don't get the outcome that's required, then it needs to go back to the Office of Environment and Heritage to give permission to take tier 3, which would be things like removal of tree branches, disturbance to the camp and moving them on. So it's not something that council has the jurisdiction by itself to choose what to do with the flying fox camp. To have a plan, the only way to have a plan that allows you, if you were wanting to disperse them, which is a level 3 action, the only way to get legal permission to do that is to show that you've done the level 1 actions and the level 2 actions and not had the outcome required. So to not endorse a plan means you can do nothing. So I just thought first I'd give you the legal background to it and then say why there are gentle steps. As you're saying, there's a gentle step. It's a tier 1 step. If you did not have tier 1 and 2 steps in your action plan, you would not get any permission from Office of Environment and Heritage to move to a level 3 action, which would be something like removal of branches away from the roads, dispersion and other matters. It's out of council's jurisdiction. So if you want to move forward, I would suggest adopting a plan. You may wish to read it and change it, but that's your way to get to level 3 action should they be your particular choice.
Vicky, does that answer that part of the question?
That part of the question.
Do you have another question?
Yes. The superstructure we're talking about, this artificial, what does that traditionally look like in the middle of what is quite a pleasant bushscape down at Riverglade Reserve? What does that artificial thing look like? I don't really have examples of it.
No, they're not very good examples. I've done quite a lot of literature review and to see which ones work and not. And they look everything from, a hills hoist to a dead tree. They can be what you need them to be, and Hunters Hill being, very environmentally conscious in terms of the appreciation of aesthetics of the bushland, it wouldn't be something that was not of aesthetics in that bushland setting. So that's really the outcome there.
Do you have another question?
Yeah, so you're saying our adoption of this plan and the recommendations of it give no effect to any real outcome without... So this plan, if we adopt it tonight and we go to the level 2 management actions and we decide that we're going to trim the branches off and maybe remove some of the dead foliage that has been caused by the bats and build an artificial tree of some nature to try and move the colony further into the bushland, we can't do any of that stuff anyway, even if we adopt it tonight without sign-off by state government and the Office of Heritage and Environment.
Correct. In the flowchart of how these plans work, the first tier is you do your plan. Because you're local government, it's natural that you then have it passed by the community, but Office of Environment and Heritage requires community consultation, but they don't necessarily require you to put this on public exhibition. A logical thing is to put it on public exhibition the same time you give it to Office of Environment and Heritage, such that when it comes back to council, you're able to look at all the views at the same time. because some of them will be incongruent. The community might say some things and the state government might say something contra. So it gives you the opportunity to be able to have that discussion with both sides and to present then something that's feasible both for the community, and it may not be what Office of Environment and Heritage originally wanted, but they could work with you because of the community. And likewise, the community might wanted more, and then they can see, okay, we need to come back a step. Putting them both out at the same time allows you to have a document that's legally robust and, as far as possible, meets the aims of the people and the Threatened Species Conservation Act, which is now the Biodiversity Conservation Act, in an appropriate stepped matter. So yes, without that you won't get, then what happens, as I mentioned, if the level 1 and 2 actions are done and you still don't have the outcome, you have to go back to Office of Environment and Heritage with your plan and your monitoring to show you didn't get the outcome required, and then they can give you a permit, because you actually need a permit because you'll be potentially damaging threatened species. So basically you're getting a permit to harm and disturb, and you have to have that before you go to level 3.
Another question?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Miles.
Sorry.
No, totally fine.
So in a situation, and I'm not sure if you are aware, I assume you're aware given that's your daily job, the case in Singleton where bats took over a public park and it was basically condemned and fenced off and no one could use the park, and it was revolting smell in the middle of the town, all that sort of thing. They presumably went through this action 1, action 2, and then moved to removal?
They would have had to, because they're in New South Wales. They may have done something faster. As I said, they don't need to go on public exhibition. They could have just gone through the same process where they say, here's the plan, here's the template. Action 1 is this, action 2 is that. It might be, didn't work. You could do that in a week if it's something of that extreme nature. And then Office of Environment and Heritage be involved right from the beginning, and they could say 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later, we understand those action level 1 and 2 items are not going to work, let's move to 3. But there's still a process.
You're
but
not
yeah,
aware
it
of
could
that
happen
case?
quickly. Yes.
You are?
I am. Yeah. You won't get that at Tarban Creek.
No, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
At Singleton.
Yeah.
It was very, very bad.
It's important to know too that the bats will, the populations will flux. They will go down again.
Or up.
Or up. When the spotted gums flower down the south coast, they'll go down again. And then yes, when they're not flowering, they'll go up again.
Are there any other questions from other councillors? Do you have any further questions, Councillor Moore?
I do. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager. This report, it doesn't actually state in here what the cost to council was. What was the cost of this report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll have to take that on notice.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your help with those questions. Appreciate it. Please have a seat.
If you have any questions on pesticide plans, native weeds.
We'll get you back again. Thank you. So we've got an amendment to the recommendation. Councillor Williams, are you still holding to that?
Very much so, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. So, do you wish to speak? You've had a chat. You've spoken to it already. Anybody wishing to speak against?
I haven't spoken to it.
Oh, you didn't? No, I didn't. Then for you, please speak to it.
I just moved the motion.
You did. Moved the amendment, wasn't it?
Yes. Well,
Not the motion.
anyway, Mr. Mayor, I'm not coming to this point from denying that there's legal responsibilities and obligation on council, and they're specified in the report. I'm not denying that the bats or flying foxes are an important part of our ecology. What I am saying is I don't think the plan articulates the urgency or what is needed in our community to solve this problem. We have a situation where Hunters Hill has been invaded by these animals. They weren't there 10 years ago. They're certainly growing in numbers to the point that it makes it very unpleasant to be near that part of the park, and they are spreading up the valley, impacting more and more residents. And we can say, sure, there's a small number of residents impacted by this. I don't believe it is a small number, but say it was a small number. Those people are just as important as everybody else in our community. What they have to put up with is noise, extreme noise at difficult times, smell, odour, contamination of their cars, their houses and their pools. It is just totally unacceptable to have these animals in an urban environment. We've heard that these animals travel large distances to feed. They don't have to be in Tarban Creek. We're talking about an area that's very confined. I can't see how you can trim a few branches off one side of the park and that's going to force them into some little huddle in the middle. It's going to force them further up the valley and it's going to then impact new and more residents. So I don't see what's in our plan at the moment as really achieving or addressing the issues that I see and that a lot of residents talk to me about. The plan is not a plan that I think council should endorse. I think council should get a plan and it should go through the appropriate legal processes. But I don't believe the plan we have before us is the right one. And I'm very much of the opinion that they are unsuitable in a residential area in a confined reserve such as that. And we can spend a lot of money putting up poles and trees and artificial things. We can denude the beautiful engofras that are there. We can let the bats stay there and kill most of those trees. And you can see that in the creek line at the moment. A lot of the trees have died and some of them have fallen down. So to me, Mr. Mayor, this is not an issue of accepting a report. This is an issue that we need to get the report or the plan right. And I don't think it's right at the moment. It's come from a particular focus, which I don't think represents the community's need or its urgency.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak against the amendment? Councillor Crassley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will speak against the amendment just because I feel that this process of the counting and observation of the camp and the little bit of community consultation that was done is, I think, close to, if not over a year old, and has already no doubt cost council some money to do. And the fact is we can't move forward until we've done community consultation, because that's what our council does. And I think what you'll find in the community consultation is you'll get all sorts of feedback. I, in particular, am concerned about the waterway there. I'm concerned that the maps actually don't show the extent of the flying fox population. I live, as most of the other councillors know, I live at the corner of Mary and Richmond, so I lived above that camp before it was a camp. 16 years ago there were no bats, flying foxes at all, and when they came to the Priory and anyway hopped across after some building works. But it's grown exponentially. I know it wanes when the trees are flowering down south, but when it waxes in force, and every year on year, they're growing exponentially in that area. So as you might have gathered, I'm all for biodiversity, and I recognise that the bats are endangered, particularly in our rural environments, and they're coming into the city more, looking for safe places to nurse their babies, etc. But if we don't move with this plan as it is and start the community consultation process and those first steps, another year is going to go past and that population is going to get even bigger. I'm not sure what putting an artificial tree down the hill will do, and I'm not sure what killing back a few trees on the border of the park will do. But
they're obviously going to have to be the first steps, whether we start them after the community consultation in a month, or whether we go back and redo this whole reporting process and start it in a year. The first steps are those stage 1 and 2, and I think we need to get on with it. And importantly, raise some good community awareness and education about the situation we're in and how to make the best of it while we get on top of managing the population there. So that's why I can't support the amendment.
Are you wishing to speak for the amendment? Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't really want to add anything that hasn't been said, but my concern with this is that it is a camp management plan. I feel as though the language that has been surrounding this issue since it's been brought to my attention is that we are to agree to an extent accepting that that they're going to be here and they're going to stay, and whilst I'm torn because I appreciate we need to undertake the first 2 steps in order to go to step number 3, but we've never actually had a discussion, certainly around this table, about whether or not we want them there at all in the long term. Is this report that's been provided, is this about managing it, or is this the first step to moving them along? Because I'd like to see them moved along. I fully agree that they are not suitable in a residential area. Yes, it's a difficult one, because I agree with Councillor Williams that we should accept that it's not a maybe if I could propose a amendment to the amendment, that maybe we add Councillor Williams's, actually I won't move it, I'll suggest it to Councillor Williams if he would like to add number 2 there as number 3 on the original report, so that at least we can get things moving. And can I just confirm, if I can ask, so what was through you, Geraldine? This report doesn't at all. Does this at all suggest that we should be keeping them long term, or is this about reducing the numbers?
It doesn't say anything about that, because that's part of you. If you say things too definitely,
Yeah.
Office of Environment and Heritage will just say,
Okay, I get it. Yeah, but thank you. That's a good. I have my answer. So yes, I would like to maybe suggest that if Councillor Williams was inclined to add that number 2 as number 3 on the original recommendation, and I think that it means that we agree that they should go, or at least have that discussion, or that we endorse that it's not suitable to be there, but at least we can get things moving.
All right, Councillor Williams. Your thoughts about it?
The only bit I don't like about that, Mr. Mayor, is that I don't want to endorse the report. I think we've already been through a public exhibition process. People have had a chance to say what they feel about the bats. So to me, I think we can do take an approach that's different to in the report, but still achieve the outcomes that the government would require for us to move them on.
Nothing in here endorses the report. It just recommends actions.
Receives and endorses. In number
Can we
1.
strike that out? Endorse?
Well, that's what I was trying to do.
So we're dealing with the amendment, aren't we? We're dealing with the amendment.
Yep.
You're suggesting that you drop the amendment, but make an amendment of a 3rd point in the first recommendation. Is that correct? I'm just trying to understand it.
And remove remove endorse from part 1 of the
Okay,
original.
remove the word endorse.
but carry out the action.
Sorry,
Okay.
endorsed is in the report or in the conclusion?
It's in number
key
one.
recommendation?
In the
It's number
recommendation.
one on page.
Could we
56.
strike a line through those things and just have a look at it? Can we move that up? Could you fix the typo in the
Number 2, Wendy.
number 2 after between on an exhibition, public exhibition? On the second item, that the draft CMP be placed on public exhibition.
Look at the word public.
Thank you.
Don't want to interrupt.
So what let me just check the amendments here. So we're going back to the original recommendation and we're amending it with 2 words taken out and a point 3. Councillor Williams, would you be happy to accept that?
I would be if I can ask a question, Mr. Mayor,
Please.
through you to the General Manager.
Thank you.
If we don't endorse the report, can we still place it on exhibition? Is council able to put a report on that we don't endorse?
Why not?
Probably not.
King Zach.
3, Mr Mayor, if reading number 2 does say that the council is placing the draft plan, basically that the draft plan be placed on public exhibition. So council, if that's the way it goes, council resolves that way. That would be the resolution.
But is it by default endorsing? Can we put a report on that we don't believe in? That's what I'm saying.
Could you perhaps say that the draft be endorsed for public exhibition? So you're not endorsing the plan per se, but you're endorsing public exhibition of the plan, the draft.
I'd be
So
happy
take
with
out
that.
point 1 altogether.
No.
So we receive a note
That
report.
council receives the report
and the draft be endorsed.
for public exhibition.
Okay. So did council receive a note? Receive a note,
The draft, yeah.
the draft report?
Yep.
So back to the first line of that, receive and note.
And then number 2, that the draft CMP be endorsed.
Receive a note. So in the first line, that the council receive a note. The draft, receive a note. Receive the report and note the draft. Receive it and note.
Yeah, you take out the report.
Sorry.
Councillor Williams?
And that council endorse. Those council place on exhibition, or whatever the general manager said.
The council.
Be endorsed for public exhibition.
Can I say that again?
In number 2, that the draft CMP be endorsed for public exhibition,
Yeah,
etc. for 4 weeks.
so we're not endorsing the report, but we're seeking public.
Put it on public exhibition. Yeah.
Councillor Williams?
Yes, very happy with that, Mr. Mayor. That's a good.
All right, so I think we've incorporated the things we were looking to incorporate. Would that be correct? So, Councillor Williams, do you feel you'd like to speak to this again now that's been amended, or are you happy with that?
No, Mr. Mayor, that encapsulates what I'm.
Is there anybody wishing to speak against this?
Not against.
Anybody wishing to speak for this? I'm
Councillor
not sure.
Cresswell
Do you
wants
wish to have a
speak
question? Have
against
you got
it.
a question?
No, I'd like to speak against it.
You'd like to speak against it? Councillor Cresswell?
Thank you. Just to say that all suburbs have, or many suburbs on the leafy North Shore have bats at some level. And as I said, I live right above them. And when they first came and they were in smaller numbers, it was a pretty harmonious relationship. They didn't smell because they were right in the centre, and their noise was distant and not clamorous. And so the thing about this report is those mitigation steps could bring us back to that level, and harbour an opportunity for, again, custodianship over a really important pollinator for our crops and farms and bushland. So the point 3 on there, I think is dangerous, and it makes us look more important than nature. And in the size it is, I 100% agree. But with management strategies, if we could get the population down to a more civilised level where you don't have to hold your nose walking into the park, just because they're too big and noisy now doesn't mean that we don't have a responsibility to try and manage them a little. But so that's why I can't endorse that third point on the amendment.
Anybody wishing to speak for the recommendation? Councillor Myers.
Mr Mayor, I wasn't going to speak in favour of the recommendation. I will speak in favour of the amended recommendation, only insofar as it does get us moving along, and I think that we need to act on the advice of someone who sits in this field and has produced a report for council, which we've obviously paid for, whatever that is. But we need to act on this advice, and if we do go to the third stage, which is removal, this is a hurdle that we have to jump anyway. I run through the park quite often. I've been piddled on 3 or 4 times now, every time I've run underneath the camp. So it's obviously an issue. I actually have no problem with point 3, that a flying fox camp is not appropriate in a residential street, because it's not. I think that if you say that they're in the reserve, then I'm more than happy for there to be a not substantial, but an appropriate sized bat colony if it's centred in the reserve itself. Something we haven't really spoken much about is that a lot of where the flying foxes are set to be moved is not actually council land. It's private land. On the other side of Tarban Creek is church land. I don't know if we've sought the views of the church on that, but I'm sure they don't want us pushing the bat population straight up into their property. Equally, I have a lot of sentiment with what Councillor Williams is talking about, because it's something that we've discussed before, is that the slow encroachment of the bats down Tarban Creek towards residential areas needs to be managed and stopped. I think that this, although it's not immediate removal and it's not, mitigating into a smaller colony as a first step, it's a process that we're going to have to go through to move them back into the reserve if possible, and then once we make an assessment whether we want to go to stage 3, which is removal of a substantial part of the population, which I would be in favour of, as long as we had a smaller population that's centred in the sort of core of the reserve. So I do speak in favour of the recommendation as it's written there.
We wish to speak against the amended recommendation. Anybody for? Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was taking my time to see whether we could come to a sensible compromise. I think this is it. So I'm very happy to support this motion. It's important we get the process in train. This will achieve it. And at the same time, we're taking a respectful and an appropriate course of action.
Thank you. Do wish to speak against? I'll speak for it. I am concerned that we're not following the process laid out by the consultant, who's an expert in this area, and we aren't following the steps to get there. I can see this is going to pass tonight. I'll support it. I'm not sure where we go from there. I think we will find ourselves rolling back to the process which has been outlined, but it's a start in the right direction. I quite like the bats. I think they're, or the flying foxes, I think they're a terrific thing to have in a residential area. but not in a residential street. And they are expanding pretty rapidly. And if you go back 6 to 8 weeks, the noise at 4 o'clock in the morning was horrendous. It sounded like 100 people blowing pea whistles at your front gate. It was incredible, the noise. Now, it didn't last long, it lasted a few months. It'll probably happen again. My concern is that this camp keeps growing. And if it keeps growing, I think we'll have even greater, less chance, certainly we'll have less chance of getting rid of them. But then again, I'm not an expert in the area, maybe that's not true. So I thank you for your report. I'm sorry we didn't follow your recommendation. That always causes me concern. We don't follow the consultant's recommendation, but I am going to support this tonight. Is there any further discussion needed on this? Right of reply, Councillor Williams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I obviously support what I'm trying to do tonight, on the basis that it is a small area. You can force them down into a little bit more area, but the fact is the numbers that get there can't be contained away from the residents regardless of what you do. I'm also concerned that there's no costings associated with this. I'm also concerned that we don't have any articulation of the number of trees and how the trees will be dealt with. They are very significant trees, which I didn't know was Catholic land, that sit up on Richmond Crescent there. They're Ingotras and they're beautiful trees.
That's not Catholic land.
Isn't it? Oh, whatever the ownership of it, they're very landmark trees in our park environment, and to butcher those, to allow bats, to force bats a couple of metres away from a road, knowing that there's going to be another 15,000, 20,000 bats crammed into an area, it doesn't solve the problem. I do respect the process. I was involved in the process at Royal Botanic Gardens, so I do have skin in the games and I do know how this process works. We need to go through the process, but I think we need to recognise that the end game is to resolve the issue, and I can't see how you can just have a small camp because they'll continue to grow. You either remove all the trees, as some councils do in some locations, and I don't think anybody would support that. You can put up artificial trees, which I don't think really blends in with our bush environment. So the end game to me is that they have to move on. And if we go through whatever process we have to, we can expedite it. It doesn't have to necessarily be incrementally. We've heard tonight that you can actually press a case to move forward more quickly than what our current plan would indicate. So, Mr. Mayor, I put it the motion to council as a way for us to articulate our concerns for our residents, to acknowledge that we've got a camp management plan, and we're happy for that to be shared with the community, but we're not endorsing it at this stage.
Thank you. So I'll put the amendment to the motion and the motion together. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. So I'm aware that we have a consultant waiting at the back. I'm sorry we have to wait a little bit longer. We'll deal with 5.1 next, which is the establishment of the Community Advisory Group for Riverglade Reserve.
Do we have speakers on this, Mr. Mayor? I'd like to move the recommendation, but I'd also like to move a couple of amendments to it. If I speak with
No speaker.
All right.
Well, we don't have a speaker on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank
Oh, you're speaking on this?
Yes, 5.1. Other side of
Oh, so we're back to 5.1.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I didn't see the other side.
No, sorry, I applied for two opportunities.
Two votes.
Two votes of the chair.
Armstrong, please go ahead.
Thank
You've got 3
you.
minutes.
Thank you. Just quickly, my concern is that there's some odd people on this list and some people who aren't there who should be there. I'm particularly worried about why the two bush care groups aren't represented. We have the Tarban Creek Action Group, which looks after the North Tarban Creek Bush Care, and we have the local Bush Care Group, which does South Tarban Creek. So there are two Bush Care groups involved with this particular area. Friends of Environment Riverglade Reserve, I think, is more of a lobbying outfit. It includes Dr. Sharp, Alistair Sharp. No reason why they shouldn't be there, of course. The Ryde Hunters Hill Flora and Fauna Preservation Society seems to be a coverall bush care environmental outfit. I'm not sure whether they have a particular interest in this part of the world. Don't know about that. But what I am querying is why St George Housing is in there. They are the people who manage the Housing Commission properties. I think is it Blandfield Court. I don't know what they could possibly add. They are concerned with the management of that property. And I wouldn't think they had any concern with the surrounding bush or environmental areas. Riverside Girls High School also is on the other side of Victoria Road. They tend to use Gladesville Reserve. I haven't seen them using the Riverglade Reserve sporting grounds. They do. Right. They do? They do? Right, okay. The All Saints football club's there, but not the Gladesville Rovers Soccer Club. They always get left out. So if sporting clubs are going to be there, then maybe they should both be there. I'm not sure what frequency of usage they both have, but maybe there can be some consideration of who has the dominant use so that at least one sporting club can be involved. The Priory Restaurant and Cafe operator, I understand there's a lease, but there's no actual operator at present. Don't know, but that person may wish to have a say. And the Hunters Hill Trust, well, I'm not quite sure why they're involved, other than they like to be involved with everything. So just an odd assortment of interest groups there. And the big standout lack one, though, is the Huntley's Cove Strata Committee. I mean, that's their backyard, and they're just not included. The Huntley's Cove Strata Committee, you know, all those residences up on the hill. Well, that's their backyard. I mean, they would have a vital interest, I would have thought, in having a say in what's going on down there. So I think that's one group that definitely should be included. But query as to whether some of the others should be there, in particular the Housing Commission people from St George Housing. So they are my concerns fundamentally, that it just didn't include sufficient, the two bush care groups which are involved. Ryde Hunters Hill Flora and Fauna Preservation Society, I don't know whether they have a particular interest in this area. Friends of the Environment Riverglade Reserve clearly do. So can that please be taken into account in thinking about the constitution of this committee?
Thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Just stay with us for a moment, please. Councillor Collins.
So what were the bodies that you think should be, apart from Huntley's Cove, Strata Committee, what other
Ravens Soccer.
Ravens Soccer.
And the other bushland group.
We need the two bush care groups, because one deals with North Tarban Creek, and that's called Tarban Creek Action Group.
Yeah.
And then there's the bush care group, which deals with South Tarban Creek, which is just called the Bush Care Group. So there are two bush care groups involved with that Riverglade area in general.
Are they different members or those two?
Different, but both bush care groups under the aegis of council, both part of the Bushland Coordinator's remit, just different titles for them so that they're distinguished. But they're both bush care groups under council's control. So one's called Tarban Creek Action Group for North Tarban, and the other one's just called the Bush Care Group for South Tarban.
Which
Bush
one
Care
would
Group
be?
is more than just South Tarban, though, isn't it? It's just that Bush Care Group's everywhere.
Oh, sure, but these are just the two. There are 11 all up, but these are just the two that deal with the Riverglade Reserve.
Yeah.
And is there anyone on those two groups who sits on both groups?
Lynn Malish and her husband Peter, he had to leave earlier, are on the South Tarban Creek group, and the other one I think is Bridget Darcet and Sally Gaunt. They're on the North Tarban Creek group. There might be others, I'm not sure, but I don't think there's common membership of both. No, unfortunately, so you can't sort of consolidate there.
Councillor, any further questions? Thank you very much. Please have a seat.
I have a question of General Manager.
Councillor Collins.
Have these all been, all these groups listed here, they've all been contacted about this or engaged, or
No.
this is just the suggestion, is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. In looking at the group, it was balancing up the size of the advisory group and looking at key users. Just to pick up on the point with St George Housing, one of the points that was made at the precinct meeting held at Priory in December was the need to more effectively engage with the residents adjoining the Priory, and given St George Housing are now managing those properties. I should also stress that the advisory group is just one mechanism through which the community will be consulted along the way. So as we have done with Baronia Park, we'll also be running targeted focus groups, a broad community survey, a whole range of different consultations.
Any further clarifications? So, Councillor Sanderson.
Yes, look, if I could move the recommendation, but if we can amend the groups that are going to be included to include the Huntley Cove community. I note that they have a website, and that is a body that apparently plays a role in the management of some of the common areas which do have or do front some of our bushland, so it'd be appropriate to include them. As we've just formed a new Bushland Management Advisory Committee to keep connection with that committee, I guess there are a couple of ways we could go. One would be to have representatives from that group, or perhaps that committee could appoint the two appropriate bush care representatives to this committee, and one would presume that would be the South Tarban Creek and North Tarban Creek, so that would take care of that. So perhaps apart from adding the Huntley Cove community, we would have two to be appointed by a Bushland Management Advisory Committee appropriate to that area. In terms of the others, if Ms Armstrong saying that the Huntersville Trust, we've got both Huntersville Trust and also this Friends of the Environment Riverglade Reserve includes the president of the Huntersville Trust. Perhaps one of those could be excluded.
Which one? Penny? If we dealt with your matter next, could you stay for that?
Oh, I thought you already dealt with it.
No, sorry, we were waiting for
pushed
you.
it back.
We deferred it. I'm sorry, excuse me.
Sorry.
Back to you, Councillor.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't previously heard of the Friends of Environment Riverglade Reserve, so perhaps they're the ones to exclude. No, okay, or I'll go the other way. I'm happy to take on that.
But just on that, the chair of the Huntersville Trust is also on the Friends of Environment and Riverglade, and he's not available. And someone from the Friends of Environment and Riverglade has already put their name forward when they read the business paper is interested. But and the Huntersville Trust, you've got the Priory and all that fabulous historical.
Right. Okay, well, let's not delete any. Let's just do those additions.
So we've got two additions. General Manager, do you have a comment on this?
Sorry, just through Mr Mayor, part of the recommendation is also that two councillor representatives be nominated to participate as well.
I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
Likewise.
Councillor Collins, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, I thought that, I don't know if it's a question or perhaps suggestion on this matter, for the Friends and Environment of Riverglade Reserve and the Flora and Fauna Preservation Society, perhaps if they were taken out and that two were appointed by the Bush Care to sort of to cover that off. That way we still have the representation, but we're not adding more groups, because I know once they get too big, they sometimes hard to have a meeting. So it keeps the size but maintains the same outcome. Oh, and add the strata committee, I guess.
Councillor Sanderson.
Well, it's my motion. I would rather have it as it stands, with the Bushland Management Advisory Committee appointing 2 members appropriate to the area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miles, you had a question too?
Just 2 members on additionally to the Flora and Fauna Preservation Society and the Friends of the Environment of the Gladstone Reserve. Why do they get 2 members?
Because we're talking about the bush care groups, and we've got 2 bush care groups in that area.
We've got 4 bush care groups. After the Flora and Fauna Preservation Society, which we heard from Ms Armstrong, that don't really have a lot of involvement in that bush care, and the Friends of the Environment of the Riverglade Reserve, which I think should stay in there. So I think the Flora and Fauna Preservation Society could probably be removed in favour of those 2.
I'd accept that deletion.
Councillor Sanderson.
Yeah, I'd accept the deletion of the Flora and Fauna Society.
All right. Councillor Sanderson, do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Williams. Councillor Sanderson, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The first point I'd make is that I think this group's going to have quite a big job to do. One of the things that I noted when I was preparing the motion or notice of motion for the Restoration and Bush Care Management Advisory Committee was that some of our plans of management need a great deal of work. This particular plan of management as it stands has a lot in it, but unfortunately it doesn't comply with the Act because it completely fails to categorise the land. And clearly the land we've just been speaking about, part of it, includes significant areas of bushland, and that categorisation has to occur. And I think it's appropriate, therefore, that the group does include strong representation from our bush care groups, as well as sporting clubs, and certainly community, and certainly the Huntley's Cove community. The other thing I would say, having looked at this fairly closely, I would like to nominate myself, when the time is appropriate, as a councillor member of this advisory committee. But I think we're pretty united on this, that we should form this committee with the motion as we've amended it.
Thank you. Councillor, anybody wishing to speak against? For? Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just reflecting on the process that we're going to go through here. I found the Baronia Park process, which is the same as this, to be extremely valuable and extremely exploratory process that allows the best ideas to come forward in a very collegiate way, which is a different process than which we've done in the past, and I'm happy to see that we're trying to replicate that process here. It will have very good and tangible effects, and I welcome as many people as interested in it, keeping in mind that we need to have a workable number of people around the table. I think that the St George housing or the Blandville Court area does have relevance because they don't have any open space or backyards or whatever, and that would be their primary location for exercise and retreat into more natural areas. Ultimately, we may have community gardens there and a whole range of other things that would be of importance to facilities that have large numbers of people in apartment type living. So I think that's important, and I agree with the other additions, so I couldn't cut any out. But I think the plan must take into account what Councillor Sanderson has raised, that the previous plan doesn't meet the requirements of these types of plans, and this is a good opportunity to bring it in mind and to add into those couple of extra issues that are now precursors to our need to revisit the plan. I hope the flying foxes might be considered in this process as well.
Thank you. Anybody wishing to speak against? For Councillor Costello.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. this is great, and also having been involved at Boronia Park, it is a really good process and a really productive process. I like all of the groups that you've put on there. I know they all use the park. I know who they all are. I'm not sure why you'd have two bush care groups. Actually, it's not a voting committee. It's just an advisory group, and I would have thought that both bush care groups know what each other are doing and know what each other's priorities are down there, and could easily be represented by one person. But make it big, that's fine. And I would like to put my name forward to be on the committee as well, having lived there for a long time and watched the flying foxes and the mangroves wax and wane, and watched the path go from mud and clay to concrete, and been involved in the first fundraising for the Priory and every other meeting at the Priory since. So I would really love to be involved down here. And I know that the Friends of the Environment and Riverglade Reserve are quite critical in that they were quite involved with the last plan of management, and they were also involved with getting that foreshore area made a reserve. And they've read the minutes of the meeting, that's how enthusiastic they are, and the business paper, and want to be involved. So I know that because I'm down there all the time and I'm talking to those people. So I think I could contribute really well and be productive on the committee. Advisory group.
Anybody wish to speak against? Councillor Sanders, would you be happy to not have a right of reply? Do you feel you need a right of reply?
I'm happy to.
Can I deal with the matter of who would like to be represented on this committee? Who would like to be the councillors on this committee? Got three. We've got two. The suggestion is we nominate two. We have three. Councillor Sanderson, could it be three? In case, should we have all three on the committee, or would one like to be a substitute?
What would that make the size of the committee now, with three? And
I'll take one of the bush care people off. Council. You only need one. Just
13.
13.
Unlucky number.
so we'd need seven to turn up to have a meeting.
Yes.
You get it. These
I
are
think-
very enthusiastic people.
So the
It's getting big.
so just to look at that again, it would mean that there are three councillors on the committee.
It's not a voting committee, so
No.
it's not
No.
an
Every
issue,
councillor can vote.
and it's the process is excellent and can accommodate a considerable number of participants.
Sure. Right. Can I put the motion?
Just if I could briefly reply.
Right
to
reply.
my concern. The only point I was going to make is, I currently chair the combined committee of access, inclusion and seniors, and that's a far larger committee than that, and I don't see that as being a problem.
Right, thank you. I'll put the motion. Councillor, those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Now, I would like to come back to the pedestrian safety before we get to you, and I'm sorry to keep you waiting, sir. I apologise for that, but I'd like to move back to 3.1. We held over 3.1 while Ryde City Councillor Penny Pedersen was dealing with another matter in Ryde. Thank you very much. So if I could ask you to come forward. How did your meeting go?
Very well, thank you. Thank you
Very good.
for me.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr Mayor and councillors. My name is Penny Pedersen. I'm a councillor at the City of Ryde and East Ward councillor, and I live in East Ryde. And as some of you know, I use local businesses on Pittwater Road at Boronia Park pretty much every day. I thank Councillor Crassoy for raising the Boronia Park pedestrian safety issue here at Hunters Hill, and I'm speaking in support of her motion. Due to what appears to be an increased volume and speed of traffic, crossing the road at Boronia Park shops between Gannett and Thompson Streets has become a safety issue for many pedestrians. I've had many locals comment on the safety risk that exists at this site, and I've recently been made aware that pedestrians have been hit by cars there. Becoming increasingly concerned, I moved a notice of motion regarding this at the City of Ryde Council meeting on April 30. Just before Christmas, I saw an elderly woman who had parked opposite Woolworths on Pittwater Road returning to her car with her arms full of shopping bags.
As she teetered on the very thin median strip, I suddenly saw her lose footing, fall backwards into the traffic. Fortunately, the car coming toward her was able to stop in time. She knocked her head and split it, and eventually left her in the care of the doctor, who had been called out of his office on Pittwater Road, who I should add is a good person to consult in regards to this. Another complaint I recently overheard was from a Hunters Hill resident who wasn't as lucky, who fell off the median strip, was hit by a car, taken by ambulance to hospital where she spent a number of days. Retelling that story recently to friends in East Ryde, another friend told me she had also been hit at exactly the same spot and spent several days in hospital late last year. This safety issue is exacerbated by cars that are travelling south along Pittwater Road, which U-turn at the end of the median strip to access parking at Harris Farms and Woolworths. In order to avoid going around the large block, they need to drive around to be in a position to enter the car park. They're simply not looking for pedestrians. At some point, you will see pedestrians sometimes carrying or leading children, crossing from the church, the social housing estate where they have dance classes, businesses to the supermarkets at exactly the same spot that cars are U-turning and turning in and out of two very busy car parks. It's very chaotic late afternoon, particularly when the visibility is low and traffic is very busy. I've spoken to the chemist who has operated numerous small businesses on the Hunters Hill side, who agrees we need a better safety solution for pedestrians and motorists using the business at the village. I was lucky enough to bail up the mayor down there one morning at Boronia Park when I, just as I moved my notice of motion at council and discussed this issue with him, and he told me that Councillor Crassoy had been discussing this issue here for some time. I arranged to meet with her to discuss her ideas. Like me, she didn't want to kill business in the village by preventing locals from crossing altogether, but did want to explore ways of making crossings safer. She showed me where she thought some devices might be placed, which I thought were excellent suggestions. I believe that as a result of the resolution of council at the City of Ryde on the 30th of April, that City of Ryde and Hunters Hill traffic engineers have had a preliminary meeting to discuss the issue, and a safety audit will be conducted by the City of Ryde to establish a case for the new design. I hope Hunters Hill councillors will support Councillor Crassoy's motion for Hunters Hill Council to support making Pittwater Road safer for pedestrians at this site, whether it be a pedestrian safety barrier or a combination of barriers and in the most dangerous spots, along with other devices. I hope we can work together to make Boronia Park Village a safe and more attractive place for our community to shop and meet and socialise. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson, if I may call you that tonight.
You can.
Thank you for coming here from your meeting and spending the time here tonight. We really appreciate it. And in any matters of safety, we love to hear other people's views on safety issues.
Well, I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to work.
It is a great opportunity. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So if you stay with us just a moment, we have some questions. I think we've got Councillor Miles and then Councillor Collins.
How are you, Councillor?
Oh, well.
Your motion to Ryde Council, was it in the same vein, or did it make specific recommendations? Perhaps you've got it there at the table.
I do have it here. The council acknowledges the risk to pedestrian safety that exists on Pittwater Road at Boronia Park Shopping Precinct. That council commission a road safety audit to investigate the risk to pedestrians in crossing Pittwater Road between Gannett and Thompson Street in Boronia Park. The audit is to include the assessment of erecting pedestrian fencing or a pedestrian barrier along the median strip or other pedestrian traffic devices and or signage in Pittwater Road through Boronia Park shops to limit where pedestrians are able to cross. And C, that council consult with Hunters Hill Council, the Gladesville Main Street Committee, local residents and local business on both sides of Pittwater Road, including Harris Farm Market, Woolworths, and encourage them to make submissions about the pedestrian issues.
Councillor Collins.
Well, that was the question.
You've got it too.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions?
One more question.
Councillor Collins.
I understand that the report is due back soon from Ryde, is that right?
The safety audit.
Yeah, the report.
Well, so they haven't conducted the safety audit yet, but they're going to do that first.
Do you know when that would?
No, but I know that they've had a preliminary, I was told by the Director of Works that there'd been a preliminary meeting with Hunters Hill staff.
Okay, all right.
Any further questions of Councillor Pedersen? Thank you very much. Please have a seat and stay with us if you'd like for the debate.
Thank you.
Councillor Miles.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a question to the General Manager. In my time on council, there hasn't been one, but I may be wrong. Is there a PAMP for Brony Park?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that one on notice.
Maybe this will form part of a PAMP.
Come back to you.
I can answer it.
Councillor Cresswell.
I remember that there isn't, because when we first came onto council, some residents at the school approached us and we talked about the need to do one.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your clarification. We'll still check it and come back to you, Councillor. So we've got a mover of this as Councillor Cresswell, and we've got a second to Councillor Miles. Councillor Cresswell.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Pedersen. I appreciate you taking the time away from your family to come and support this motion. I love that this motion is about collaborating with our neighbouring council. Councillor Pedersen and I sit on the Gladesville Main Street Committee meeting, and even though Boronia Park's down the road, there's always a lot of talk about how important it is that we get that juice going between the two communities. So I really am grateful for the opportunity to put this motion that is basically an operational matter for RIDE now. But I felt that as our neighbours, we need to advocate to RIDE because we are part of that village. And so we want outcomes that we really want to support there, even though the road is actually RIDE's responsibility. And we need to advocate with RIDE to work with the residents and the community and the businesses there to get some outcomes from the RMS as well. So that's why I'm wanting to formalise it as a motion from Hunters Hill Council, that we councillors and the council want to support RIDE as well. To me, up in that village area, sure, maybe volume and speed has increased, but actually the biggest issue is desire lines, because with the development of Harris Farm and the ongoing improvement of Woolies there, and the great cafes and shops on the other side of the road, and the opening up further down outside the school, what we're getting there is a real village. And in a village, people relax, they feel safe. And they mosey, and you get the cars parking on the southbound side of the road, and they just follow their desire lines. So even though there are lights up the road and lights down the road, and the database textbook answer is that people should cross at the lights, my great fear is the cheapest and quickest solution is to whack a fence down the middle and immediately cut that beautiful village atmosphere that is organically emerging there in half. I'm very grateful to the Director of Delivery of Things for taking the time to walk the street with me when I requested it some time ago. And I spoke about my hopes that we could support RIDE to make it a safe place, to slow the traffic down a bit, and for the pedestrians to follow their noses where they want to go, and actually introduce safe crossing capacity, whether it's with some barricading or fencing, but actually perhaps some decent size islands, opportunities to slow the traffic down coming there. The reason I've put in the motion that I think it should start between Boronia Park School and the Gannett Street Road closure is because I think that's where the giddy up happens. The cars come from the roundabout in the north, and they get their giddy up on as they're passing the school, and they just zoom through there because the lights are green, so they pick up their speed back there. So the opportunity on that corner of Princess Street and Pittwater Road to develop a real sense of place is now there with that redundant bus stop gone, and you could actually look to slow the traffic down earlier. But that's not my job. That's the job of engineers and place designers that hopefully this motion will support them to do. And even though that part of the road is on our side, the chance to work with RIDE, do something that speaks to each other, works across there. So I think I've covered off all the points in the motion, and yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against the motion?
Question.
Question, Councillor Collins.
So, does this include the possibility of building a fence, a safety fence, all the way from where you said Pittwater Road?
What I'm asking for here is some consultation with RIDE after the safety audit, I guess, to develop strategies to retain the village feel, but to create a safer pedestrian zone through there. Now, if their report, if their experts' report comes back to us to suggest we put a fence all the way down there, and that's the only solution, then we need to work on how we work with the community to accept that. But their report might come back that we just fence a section of it and create Centre Island with safe refuge, like, for example, Majors Bay Road and Concord and Five Dock areas, where they very effectively introduced really good pedestrian safety methods without cutting the feel of the village in half. So this motion doesn't suggest we should put a fence there, because that's not my job. This motion is just asking the experts to look at it and report to us and work with the experts at RIDE to get it right.
Does that answer your question?
Oh, yeah, and can I just, one more question. Are you aware of the local traffic committee have passed about the fence was discussed at that committee meeting or not?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
I was. Yeah,
and
that was a question without notice I put to council in February, and then earlier last year I asked the previous general manager, and I think it was Mr. Griffiths, about it. It's been raised for me as a councillor. This has been something I've been working on behind the scenes for well over a year. Since I came onto council, I'd say, that residents have been asking me about, and I've been concerned about, because I actually don't want to see just a fence whacked up there without everything having been thought about. So yes, I was aware.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does.
Are there any further clarifications? Anybody wishing to speak against the motion?
I will speak against it, and the reason is because we've already at the local traffic committee on the 21st of March, the safety fence idea was discussed, as well as other initiatives such as education of road safety by a road safety officer, installing of warning signs, encourage the use for crossing the road at the traffic lights, any other alternative measures within council's allocated budget and RMS guidelines. The solution is pretty clear, that we need to have a fence put up there. Of course, this is not the time to decide that, but my understanding is that there is a report coming back that RIDE have generously paid for, which saved us having to do it. So I don't support us commissioning a report into this whilst RIDE are doing it. Certainly, at the least, I would ask that the matter be deferred. Now, I understand desire lines. It would be great if everyone crossed where they were supposed to, but unfortunately the desire line goes straight out the front of Harris Farm, straight across the road, and it's dangerous, and it's people's behaviour. And I've seen children, parents stuck on that little median strip, and it's completely unsafe. So at the next local traffic committee meeting, I expect that this would have come back by then. Is that right? For the 20th of June?
No, I think RISE is going to start next financial year to prepare their report, the road safety audit. I spoke to them.
Okay. So when would it come back to local traffic committee? And would it have to go there first?
Sorry,
through you, Mr. Mayor. Would it?
Correctly, it should go to the general manager.
To the general manager.
Sorry, can I have the question?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, Councillor.
Yes. So my understanding is that any measures would go to the local traffic committee ultimately anyway. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, once the road safety audit comes back, and I believe it has been commissioned, once that comes back, then we'll look at the findings, and then that's when the strategies or the actions that need to be put in place will be developed, and then go back to the traffic committee.
Mm-hmm.
But we can certainly have a briefing to the council in between that time.
And so, just looking. Okay, so would this change the timetable of what's going to happen? this, and what does this motion actually do, other than?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the benefit, from my perspective, the benefit of the motion gives an indication that when the staff are looking at strategies or actions in response to that safety audit, it gives some direction in terms of trying to retain that village feel, but also in that we want to work in partnership with RIDE.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. So, okay.
Do you have another question?
I'm considering it, Mr. Mayor. If I can
Anybody
have a
wishing to
moment,
speak
thank you.
against the motion? For the motion? Councillor Miles, I've got 3 at once, so I'll go with Councillor Miles, if you could.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is a very worthwhile thing to do. I think that probably it will form part of a plan that I think is overdue. Oh, sorry for those multitudes watching the podcast. The Pedestrian Access Management Plan, which is done for many of our villages and was done in my last term council for Hunters Hill Village. I think that's an essential part of what's going to happen up there at Bronia Park. You've got a school, you've got 2 major retail hubs, you've got a lot of local businesses there, you've got a church, you've got obviously some medium density housing down the road on a state agency road. So I think that a pedestrian access management plan there makes a lot of sense. In the meantime, I think it's great that Councillor Penderson's put a motion to RIDE Council to look at this. I think that there are alternatives to what should go up there, and perhaps we should just wait on a report to make that happen. I think that access across the road is a big issue in Bronia Park, and something that has always been an issue since I grew up in the area, and that was a metro. We always ran across the road there. It's just what everyone does. There are solutions that we can look at in regards to ameliorating those negative effects. So I think that this is a good way to explore the options that are in front of us, get some reports with some options, and look at what we can do there. Obviously, I think that what the local traffic committee is doing is also equally important. What they're doing obviously is running in parallel, essentially, to what Councillor Penderson and what Councillor Crasslaw is trying to do with this motion. So I have no problem with these being run conjointly. Obviously, the traffic committee needs to be very involved in whatever happens here, and I think also that the Gladesville Main Street Committee should be involved as well, if I'm being honest, and the residents and particularly the businesses on either side of the road are going to have to be very, very well consulted and listened to, because given there are 2 rather large retailers on the other side of the road, I wouldn't want for the restaurants and other operators on the Hunters Hill side of the road to feel like they're getting passed over in any of this process. I think it's all about connectivity.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have a question, Councillor?
No.
Is anybody wishing to speak against the motion? For the motion? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the motion. I think it's a good initiative, and I do like the fact that we're working closely with RIDE to achieve what is a common outcome. I think that's very important. And I believe that maintaining a village atmosphere there is the end game, or the objective of what we're trying to do. And there are some very classic examples of how that can be achieved, both from a traffic and a pedestrian. And Concord is a lovely little place that used to be a major thoroughfare. But I say a word of caution is that this is a major road, because it's a state road, and anything we do there, you have to be mindful of unintended consequences. So if you make it too hard for cars to get down that Pittwater Road, I can assure you they'll go down High Street and find their way through the back streets of Hunters Hill. So in anything we do here, I think we have to be mindful of the surrounding streets and the residents, because if we focus too much just on this one locality, then there can be unintended consequences, which I think we can overcome, but I think we need to be aware of and guard against. So I think it's important that we move on this matter. In cooperation with RIDE, I think we can get a good outcome. We're not commissioning reports, we're looking to utilise reports that have been done by other parties. But I think it is an issue that council needs to have a view on. I don't think it should be just left up to a traffic committee. I think council should represent its community and have a position in relation to this. I always thought we referred matters to the traffic committee rather than the traffic committee driving the council. So I look forward to the information coming forward, solutions being put on the table, the village being fostered and maintained, safety is given to pedestrians that want to make those links and transitions, and equally importantly, that the surrounding streets are considered in any outcome in terms of potential unintended consequences of traffic spilling over.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you have anybody wishing to speak against the motion? Do you feel you need to write a reply, Councillor?
Okay, I won't.
Please do if you'd like to. Please do if you'd like to. Are there any clarifications or any rebuttals you need to make? All right, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. We're about to go into confidential session, but before we do that, I'd just like to point out that tomorrow in the TWT, there will be a celebration of John Booth's... Next week's 40 years at TWT. And so we wish John all the best. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing that special article in the TWT. Councillors, any comments?
3 cheers for John Booth.
Yep. 3 cheers for John Booth. 3.
Well done.
All the best. Thank you. And we'll just now move into confidential session. Moved Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Krasoi. All in favour? That's it. Thank you very much. We'll and there's a confidential item. I'll ask the General Manager to read the recommendation when we're back online again. Are we back online, Mara? Thank you.
That the report be received and noted, and that the General Manager be given authority to negotiate further with oMedia, and a report to be brought back to the next meeting of Council in relation to the bus shelters contract.
Very good. We move to 4.1. We did, yeah. 4.1.
So we need to, we'll take that out.
Sorry?
Strategy, because we're not going to get through the paper.
Sorry, I thought that we needed to move and second that now back in open council.
Oh, we've done that.
No? Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, have we done that? Yep. Councillor Williams moved it, Councillor Sanderson seconded it.
Yep.
Voted all back in council. I think we got it right. Good. Okay, 4.1 we're dealing with, which is page 7. Development applications determined under delegation. Councillor Collins, Councillor Krasoy. Any discussions? Can we move to 4.2? I'll put the motion. Those in favour, against, that's carried. 4.2. Moved. Councillor Collins, seconded Councillor Krasoy. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. Those in favour. It's carried.
I think we can do them all at once now, can't we?
No.
We can, but
We
we can move it on block if you like. Is there anything in particular you want?
I would do 24.3, 4.4.
9.1, 9.2, 9.3.
So let's go
Everything except 4.3.
4.3 and 4.4. Moved. Councillor Williams, seconded Councillor Sanderson. 4.3 and 4.4. Any discussion?
Isn't it just 4.3 this time?
I think, so if I might suggest.
There's a suggestion we move them all as a block.
Yeah, I think 4.3 and 4.4 there'll be a bit of discussion about, but 4.1, 4.2, 8.1, 9.1, 9.2 and 9.3 should probably all be done as a block if anyone's in mind. That excludes.
I'm happy to move those forward if that assists, because I don't think we're going to get 0.3, 0.43 and 4.4 in this meeting.
Yeah.
All right. So we leave out 4.3 and 4.4 and we move.
Everything else.
Yeah,
To be clear, 8.1, 9.1, 9.2,
and 9.3.
9.3.
Forward.
All right. Moved Councillor Miles, seconded Councillor Krasoy. Any discussion? Put the motion. Those in favour, against, that's carried. All right. So where are we back to now?
4.3.
4.3.
4.3 is.
On page 17.
Do we have till midnight or 11:30?
11:30. We've got 10 minutes.
Okay.
So do I have a mover for this? Receive and note. Councillor Sanderson, second Councillor Williams. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? That's carried. 4.4. Here we go.
Mr Mayor, could I move the recommendation with an amendment?
I
You
don't
can in
think so.
just one moment. Thank you, Councillor. For the second? For the second, Councillor Williams. Yeah. So,
Do you want to hear the amendment?
yes, please.
I think we're running out of time. I had it written down here.
That's the letter.
Yeah, you may not be aware that, or Mr Mayor, you'd be aware that Councillor Williams and I had a notice of motion in which we withdrew. There's one aspect of that I'd like to add on to this motion. That's point 3 in that notice of motion we withdrew. That is, that become point 2 of this motion, that Council write to the Honourable Dr Rob Stokes, inviting him to attend a meeting with councillors and appropriate council officers to discuss the submission to be made at point 1 above.
Second, Councillor Williams.
Happy with that.
should also have on your desk a draft letter, updated letter, which is updated since the papers were done. Have you all seen that? It's looks like this on the front.
The memo, Ben?
But I thought the update was just some grammatical and typo stuff.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So
Ben, the
I
memo?
didn't reread it.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Sanderson, does that look correct?
Yes, I'm happy with that letter. And with the amendment.
Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, briefly, this largely follows earlier resolutions of council, so I don't really believe it needs to be all that controversial. I think it's very important that, given that we have a new Minister for Planning, that we communicate with him, open the lines of negotiation, and I think reports that in the Herald a Saturday week back suggests that he's going to be more amenable to reform. He certainly spoke out strongly against the spot rezoning as something that had to be reformed in planning law, and I hope that compliant development is a similar closed process that should also be reviewed.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against? Councillor
I
Collins.
think it's. I don't think it's necessary. We do have engagement through our NESROC with the Minister. I've got a meeting with him tomorrow, and we are doing all these.
Who's presenting NESROC?
Vice President NESROC. So we're meeting with Planning Minister tomorrow to discuss all these same issues. So we're already doing this, and that's why we've got to stop replicating everything. So I'm against that.
So you're in agreement with everything that's in this document here?
I mean,
Except part 2.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, calling for him to come, the Minister to come down here is unnecessary, and
So just
Not
part
gonna
2.
happen.
it's not going to happen. So we've just got to. On that, we'll still pass it, but look, I don't mind sending a letter. I don't think it's of use, because I think we're already doing this. But another letter, let's just get it done. If it's the last letter.
Anybody
Nice.
wishing to speak for the motion? Councillor Williams.
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor, we've been through this in great detail before, and Councillor Collins hasn't been supportive of it, so I'm surprised he's going to be representing us at NESROC in relation to this matter. I find we still are an independent council. NESROC is just an opportunity for councils to get together and use their ability to formulate policy and lobby on issues that are collective. This council has the right, and I believe the duty, to pursue issues directly with the government and the ministers. It's appropriate, responsible on our part, and I certainly am not going to defer such an important issue as this to a collective organisation of NESROC that's got no idea of what the decisions that have been made around this table. So I think we do have the right. I think we owe it to our community to put our case directly to the Minister, and also get feedback from him directly rather than through a third party.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody wishing to speak against the recommendation? For the recommendation? Can I put the motion? Those in favour? Against? It's carried. Can we make a note of the voting, please? We had 1 against. Councillor Collins. Is it done? We got it. So any further business, councillors? Any questions? Go, Councillor Williams.
Just exceptionally quickly, I attended a Parramatta River catchment group meeting the other night, which addressed some of the issues that were raised before. I was going to present in general business, but I'll bring it to the next
Yes, and you did mention that. I'm sorry we didn't get time to do it. We'll do it next time. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Right,
But
thank you.
it's very informative and things are really moving.
Any further business? Questions without notice? Thank you very much, councillors. I declare the meeting closed, and it's exactly 11:30. Thank you very much.